All the Navajo Nation employees, good afternoon. All the chapters, good afternoon too as well. All our constituents inside and outside the Four Sacred Mountains, good afternoon. Just to cover some basics, there was a petition for a Navajo Nation Council special session that was given over to Office of Legislative Services. There it is, the bells ringing here in Window Rock, Arizona.
Yeah, Delegate Rick Nose on the call.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Again, if you heard that, that was a bell was rung in front of the Navajo Nation Council chambers, notifying that we are having a Navajo Nation Council special session. There was a petition that went out on Tuesday, right? Yeah. Or was it on Monday? Late Monday, huh? Or Tuesday? Tuesday. And I think we have about 15 delegates who signed off on that petition. And if you look in Title II, it looks like or it states that need a petition in order to from Navajo Nation Council, and a majority, and in this case there's 13, would be a majority of council to go ahead and request that. So that has been done, and that's the reason why we're here today. Looks like we will be discussing legislation 0117-22. It's emergency legislation. Good afternoon, everyone that's joining us again. We are here in Window Rock, Arizona, waiting to get a quorum going in order for us to go ahead and continue start on our Navajo Nation Council special session today, this afternoon. 9? Plus Mr. Wanika? No, oh. We do have Honorable Edison Wanika here in the chambers with myself and staff from Office of Legislative Council. So we'll go ahead and give it another couple of minutes, and then we'll go. I do believe we have about 9 delegates on the line.
Speaker?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, Speaker, this is Edmund Yabi checking in, sir.
Oh, good afternoon, Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Honorable should say, Seth Damon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Eugene So. Good
Good afternoon,
afternoon.
Delegate Freeland on the call.
Oh, good afternoon, Arnold Freeland. It looks like we might have a quorum now. Again, good afternoon. The bell's rung here in Window Rock, Arizona, notifying that we are having a Navajo Nation Council special session. There is a proposed agenda that was been posted more than 24 hours in advance. Again, there was a special petition to go out to have a Navajo Nation Council special session. It went out actually this past Tuesday. There was 15 signatures on that, and that's the reason why we're here this afternoon at 1:07 p.m. calling this Navajo Nation Council special session into order. Today's date is Thursday, September 29th, 2022. We're here again in Window Rock at the Navajo Nation Council chambers, the Great Navajo Nation. For the record, I do have Honorable Edison Onika in the chambers here with us. And presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. That we did call the meeting to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, colleagues.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Private Hack A, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth for Cardi. I'm on the call. Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good afternoon, President.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good afternoon, Freeland, President. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is here.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Got two. What's this tree? Oh, show.
Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes is present here. Jimmy Yellowhair is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not.
Present, Elmer Begay.
Honorable Almer Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 17 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down on our proposed agenda. We do have an invocation, and this morning there was an invocation that was completed by our colleague, Honorable Elmer Begay, at the Law and Order Committee meeting. Honorable Elmer Begay, thank you for that invocation, a blessing of the day, and also everything that goes on within our four sacred mountains and outside our four sacred mountains. So, yeah. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Are there any recognitions at this time? Going twice. Or 3 times.
Speaker to take. Oh,
Eugene So.
recognition is doing need a great effort not from this.
Oh,
I would like to really Diego, say it all. But she doesn't need to. In it, the handball, the Stobison deal, the Sean Cotton, that I was cotton it's all the LDA. And it's in it on the 14th cotton on the road, it does work. Don't cotton, that's what he I would like to commend them for the hard work. That all the speaker, thank you.
thank you very much. Yes, come in as well. Thank you very much for that recognition. For the record, we have Honorable Wilson Stewart as well here in the chambers with us. colleagues. That there's no other further recognitions.
Speaker.
Honorable Stewart. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I actually wanted to ask if we could do a moment of silence, Speaker. I don't know when you want to do that, either now or later on, but this would be for a community member that worked with IHS. Speaker. Speaker, the person that I want to give a moment of silence to is going to be an individual who worked with Indian Health Service, and we all know her. I greeted her. I used to greet her as my sister, and her name is Jenny Nota. She was an employee under the IHS office in St. Michael's, and she gave a lot of her program presentations to council throughout the years. And her father is the late council delegate, Mr. Thomas Nota, who represented St. Michael's community and the 88 Council. And that's why I asked Che Edison Juanita to assist me this afternoon as well with this recognition, so that from both of us, because I'm asking this, Speaker and colleagues, is because Ms. Nota's mother, the late Alice Nota, was from Fort Defiance in the Blue Canyon region of the community. And her father, Mr. Thomas Nota, was from St. Michael's. So in that way, I figured it befitting that both of us, my Che, Mr. Wanika, and I ask for this moment of silence for her, and ask my colleagues to continue to keep her siblings and her nephews and nieces, their grandchildren, in your prayers at this time. Her brother is a employee here, Emo, and he's not here today, but they, like I said, I greeted her and her siblings as my brothers and sisters, because they were the same clan as us here, Kachini, and so that's why I wanted to ask Speaker to do a moment of silence at this time for her.
Thank you very much. And with that, colleagues, at this time, recognizing Jenny Nota, who is a community member and a longtime employee there at IHS and St. Michael's. Please be in their thoughts with the family at this time as they're mourning. So that, colleagues, let's go and give a moment of silence at this time. Thank you very much, colleagues. Again, please keep Snota's family in your prayers, and also our employees too, who are related to them. That, colleagues, any other recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time? If there are none, let's go ahead and move on down to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, you could read the agenda into the record, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council. This is the proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Council special session, Thursday, September 29, 2022, Navajo Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Council. 1, call meeting to order. Roll call on Invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports none. 5, old business none. 6, new business. New business A, legislation 0177-22. 7, close of session. Announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Helena?
Thank you. With that,
Second.
colleagues, on our agenda, we have a motion to accept this by Honorable Halona, second by Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, on our agenda. Any comments, questions, additions, deletions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniels.
Herman Daniels.
Um,
On the main motion of adopting our agenda. Floor is
Mr.
yours.
Speaker,
Remember, we are colleagues, remember we are in council. You do have 5 minutes on the board.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, thank you very much, Kudo. I'd like to make an amendment, amendment number 1, to add an item, a legislation to the agenda. It's legislation 0165-22. I'd like to make that motion, Mr. Speaker. Reserve time.
Reserve time at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Before I accept that motion. Okay, thank you. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read the heading of the legislation into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24 Nomination Council. This is tracking number 0165-22. It's an act relating to an emergency approving $89,480 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for a new HVAC system for the Oljeto Chapter Senior Center. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Before I recognize the motion, Honorable Daniels, I just want to make sure that we're not going into the red. Because Mr. Willie, are you on the line? Mr. Rob Willie, or anyone from the controller's office? I just want to make sure that there's $89,000 in the UUFB right now. Because colleagues, remember the funding that was acted on, it doesn't get triggered in until the new fiscal year. And that new fiscal year isn't until Saturday. Well, officially probably until Monday. Was there anybody on from Madam Controller? August what? Okay. All right. Oh, we have a August 30th, a memo that was dated, there was 1,017,000. Okay, with that, there's a motion by Honorable Daniels for amendment number 1, colleagues. And on amendment number 1, Mr. Rico did read that into the record, and that is legislation 0165-22. Is there a second on amendment number 1?
Second, Delegate. Oh,
Second by Delegate Daniel. So, that, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Honorable Stewart on amendment number 1.
Fellow Speaker, Arun Dashanad, Honorable Daniels, I would like to ask,
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Hold on. Stop his time. Hold on, colleagues, having technical difficulties here in the chambers.
okay, back on my phone, Silla. So,
Recording in progress.
You do have 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
okay, Silla, I was asking Shania, Honorable Daniels, can we add on 2 more legislations to your request? That would be 007 and 003, both -22 to this amendment. Speaker.
Hold on. Well, before I get the modification, Mr. Rico, can you read both of those headings into the record? For 007 and 003-22.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council. Tracking number 0003-22 is an act relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and Navajo committees and Navajo Nation Council allocating $900,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Division of Economic Development Tourism Department for personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NSD section 820E, 820F, 820J to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Tracking number 0007-22 is an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Navajo committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $900,000 from the Navajo Nation Tourism Fund 24 NNC Section 741 to the Division of Economic Development Tourism Department to cover the Tourism Department's personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, amending 24 NNC Section 741B to allow all revenue in the tourism fund to be used by any and all Navajo Nation programs for tourism-related purposes. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. as well. Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Herman Daniels, there's a modification. Legislation 0003-22 would be under, if you do accept this, would be item number 8 under old business, and then 0007-22 would be item number B under new business. Right? Oh, it's item number C. Sorry. Honorable Daniels, there's a motion request to modify.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I accept.
Okay. Honorable Chairman Daniel So was the second.
I concur.
Okay. Oh. Okay. With that, moving on down. Moving on down. Che, Honorable Keon Begay on amendment number 1.
Speaker, I'd like to make a separate amendment I believe that I don't think my amendment request will be honored by the motioning party. I'd like to make an amendment on 21-22 and 24-22 on a separate amendment, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1 at this time? Madam Chair Crowdy, good afternoon. Floor is yours. On amendment number 1.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, thank you, Damon, and appreciate the prayer. Shania Delegate Albert Begay. I'm looking through my emails, and I will need to. When was the council emailed the emergency legislation? If I could get that re-forward to my email to review. And I wanted to ask the sponsor, during the fiscal year 23 budget, we had a few leadership meetings regarding the UUFB. And there was an agreement that there would be a comprehensive discussion on how to access and utilize the UUFB. I am trying to see if I missed that meeting or that conversation, or then is the approach going to be whoever gets the emergency legislation draft it first? That would be my question. Speaker, now reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes. Just to Madam Chair Crowdy, I'm getting the answer regarding the when the legislation was sent out.
Sent out by staff around 4 or 5 p.m.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
It was sent out yesterday by
The legislation.
the legislation email to all delegates and notifying.
Emergency.
Madam Chair, there's a question. What emergency legislation are you referring to? Are you referring to legislation that's on the main motion? Or are you referring to the legislation that's on this request as we speak right now, to add on to the adding on to the agenda, which is legislation 0165-22.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. For clarification, I'm speaking on the amendment, and I've looked at DIBS, and I cannot find this legislation. I'll need that information.
So 0165-2. It was sent out on September 20th at 1:59 p.m. Oh, and that legislation was posted at that same time. And I'm having staff send you over a copy of legislation 0165-22 right now. With that, I'm going to go back to the sponsor to referring to your other question, to your question regarding the purpose or if there was any other meetings. So with that, Honorable Herman Daniels, as a motion party, floor is yours, or go back to you for response.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't quite get the question quite all the but yeah, that was going in and out. So can you repeat the question, Mr. Speaker?
Madam Chair Crowdy, without taking any time off of your delegated time, if you'd like to repeat your question.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Shiaj, so your request is accessing the UUFB amount during the beginning of this month. The council, we had several leadership caucus meetings, and we agreed that we would have a comprehensive discussion on how to allocate or appropriate the UUFB. Has those discussions taken place? And if so, if I could get a copy of what were the agreed upon priorities to access the UUFB. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair Sponsor Delegate Herman Daniels.
Thank you. That, Honorable Daniels, was yours for response.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you for the question. I don't have the list of the priorities. I don't know if the speaker's office has a document. The purpose of the legislation is to help Ojeto Senior Center HVAC system. They've been without an HVAC for about 2 years now. They've dealt with the heat and the winter months is coming up again, the cold season. So so with the UUFB, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if your office would know that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. From our office, as a response, Madam Chair Crowdy, there has not been any meeting, and I do not have a priority list at this time. Nor does Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Services or Speaker's Office. That, going back to amendment number 1. Are there any other further comments or questions on amendment number 1 at this time before I go back to reserve time? If not, go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Crowdy, you have 4 minutes flat.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Nobody else with reserve time on amendment 1. Any other further comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Mr. Rico, if you could do a second reading on amendment 1. There was a modification.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0165-22 to the agenda.
Oh, wait, I have a point of privilege. This is Delegate Cruddy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rico, hold on, please. There's a point of privilege by Madam Chair Crowdy. Madam Chair Crowdy, what is your point of privilege this afternoon?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I apologize, Mr. Rico. I'm looking at Exhibit D of legislation 0165-22. I need clarification, Speaker. This memo from the Office of the Controller is on the third item. It's saying the responsible program appears to be the legislative branch. Is that how this request is being provided? Is that your understanding, Speaker? That's my point of privilege. Thank you.
Exhibit D. Madam Chair, Crowdy, you please hold on while I get a response. I'm trying to get the exhibits here that were not attached to my legislation copy. And Madam Chair, Crowdy,
Yes, Speaker. This is Delegate Crowdy.
Madam Chair, Crowdy, I'm reviewing, and the reason why I understand what you're looking at now, exhibit number D from the memo that stated July 26, 2022 on legislation 0165-22. If we look down columns that Madam Chair is referring to is item number 3. It says the budget forms included do not have any goals on Form 2. The budget forms have the line items for external contracts and media. The responsible program appears to be the legislative branch. And the reason why that's stated like that, Madam Chair Crowdy, is if you look onto the exhibit number B, referring to the in the exhibit number B, which is the budget forms. Both of the budget forms are signed off by first by Miss Sherilyn Yazzie, Chief of Staff, and then by myself, Speaker Seth Damon, and the responsible party. If in any case, when the executive branch does not want to move forward, this has been happening numerous times. When the executive branch doesn't want to move forward, or the department, in this case, maybe Division of Community Development didn't want to sign off on this, or facility maintenance didn't want to sign off on this, or anyone on the executive side didn't want to sign off on this, delegates have come, and this has been done many times, where the legislative branch would create the forms, create the budget forms, and put it through the process. Then at the end of the day, it's up to the president to decide if he wants to sign off on those. But if you look at the indication on the budget forms themselves, so this would be going to Old Chato Senior Center, and would be creating a new budget line, a new business unit number specifically for that, as indicated from the past recommendation from OMB to put new under the business unit numbers. Madam Chair, Crowdy. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So the budget form says executive offices and Old Jato. Is this, what executive office is this going under?
It's going to.
Because the budget line says new.
I can get.
Is this
Office
going
of
to the
Ma-
chapter? Is this going to, yeah.
I can
thank
go
you.
to the Office of Management and Budget, but historically, because if the council signs this, and that this, just from my experience in the past, Madam Chair, Cardi, if anybody's on from OMB, I can go to you after this, but the way the budget form one it explains itself, business number that says new, Ochedo Senior Center Executive Branch. So this will definitely go underneath. If the president signs it into law, going to executive branch, they will create a new um, uh, business unit number under Ochedo Senior Center, and most likely that will fall under Daltech. Madam Chair.
Okay,
OMB.
thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure these budget items are in order, or we need time to get them in order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, while we're voting, continue voting. We're not voting yet. We're still doing the second reading. Sorry, I got confused there.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, 24 Nomination Council. There's one amendment. Amendment number one is to add legislation 0165-22, which will be new business C, to add legislation 0003-22, which will be new business or old business A, and legislation 0007-22, which will be new business B. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let's go to the board on amendment number one.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yellow with green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Yellow get Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
This is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto Sill. Honorable Otto Sill. Honorable Otto Sill did not vote. Honorable Charlene Sill. Honorable Charlene Sill. Honorable Charlene Sill did not vote. Honorable Daniel Sill.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote on this, Chair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Dr. Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, on amendment number 1, we have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, going back to the main motion, I do have Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay, Chair, the floor is yours on the main motion to adopt our agenda.
Chair, Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to add legislation. I don't know if I need to do this separate for each legislation or both, but I would like to make a motion to add legislation 00221-22 and legislation 0024-22. Speaker, that's my motion. Reserve time.
Second the motion, Delegate Daniel So.
That, reserve your time at 4 minutes, 39 seconds. On amendment number 2, Mr. Rico, if you could read legislation 21 and 24-22 into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0021-22 is an act relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Law and Order, and Napaquita Committees in Navajo Nation Council, amending the selection process for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director, and amending 2 NNC Section 1031, 1032, 1033, 1034, 1035, 1036 relating to the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Tracking number 0024-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Napaquita Committees and Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NNC Section 1176 to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo veterans organizations. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Knazbakrati and Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. Mr. Speaker, just for the record, and we might get clarification from Ms. Bobroff, legislation 0021-22 is amending Title II, which I believe can only be done at the regular session. Mr. Speaker.
again, need clarification on legislation 0021-22. Honorable Keon Begay might not be able to be acted on today. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. So the restriction on Title II only being, Title II amendments only being heard at regular council sessions is not as clear cut as that simple statement. The mandate that Title II amendments can only be heard at regular council sessions goes back to the 1989 amendments that created Title II and set the stage, and the court decisions that followed that. The way it has been interpreted by Office of Legislative Counsel, and that interpretation supported by DOJ over the last at least the last 20 years, is that if the section of Title II being amended was included in the 1989 amendment, then yes, that it can only be amended at a regular session. Other amendments to Title II, if it is to a section that wasn't included in the 1989 amendment, they can be heard at any council session. And what is in the veterans legislation, those were not, those sections were not in the 1989 resolution, so they can be heard at any session. In short, Kealan, the amendment, the legislation, Kealan Begay requested to be added to the agenda, they will be eligible. Thank you.
And C1 on Title II. I understand that the interpretation there, but I also know that we will go by the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Ms. Barbara. And in that, on Rule 10, item number C, number 1, it states that the sponsor of legislation may request that the item be placed on the agenda of the next or succeeding special or regular session, with the exception that legislations amending Title II and Title VII, which is considered during a Navajo Nation Council regular session. Does that apply? That's what council has approved as their council rules of order. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually had overlooked that provision. If that, and I defer to Mr. Rico also for his historical knowledge, but if that is the way that council has interpreted that, that only Title II can be done during a regular session, then I think you could have a good basis for that interpretation.
Thank you. So that Honorable Kealan Begay, 021-22 cannot be heard today. only 0024-22.
Speaker, I appreciate the clarification, but I can bet to say that we have took precedence in acting on the legislation with Title 2, 7, and 17 during and off a regular session. But I don't want to complicate the situation, and I know it's intended for that purpose, but I'll go ahead and modify my motion to only request for the 24-22 amendment or motion. Speaker.
Okay, so as of right now, legislation 0024-21, according to Honorable Keon Begay, is going to be the only one in amendment number 2. So with that, again, just for clarity, Mr. Rico, can you read 24-22, which is going to be in the amendment? The heading. Then I'll go to the floor to get a second.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, 0024-22 is an action relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Navajo Communities and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NNC Section 1176 to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo veterans organizations. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay Jr. and co-sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Canasba-Crotty and Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, there's a motion by Honorable Keon Begay. Is there a second?
Daniel, sir.
Second by Chairman Daniel. So, that colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 2? Vice Chair Smith, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon and the Navajo Nation Council and those that are listening. Auto Shache for this amendment and the second of the amendment that's been requested. My question is this going to require 2/3 vote for this legislation? That's the question I have. And if it is 2/3, that means we got to have 2/3 of at least the council on board to vote on this. Is that how this works out? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 23 seconds. That, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, legislation 0024-22 is a simple majority. That, moving on down, any other further comments or questions, colleagues, on legislation 002, or actually on amendment number 2? If there's not, let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes and 23 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you again, Speaker. The question was answered, so therefore I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. And colleagues, any other further comments or questions on amendment 2? Only twice. Only 3 times. Let's go to board. On amendment number 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Okay, Keon votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Gotta get Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable
Delegate
Nathaniel
Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Canasba-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Eugene So,
Oh,
Honorable,
what is the show?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green, thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable
Otto So
Thomas,
votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
That 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 2. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and go back to the main motion on adopting the agenda. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues, before we go back to reserve time? There's no other further discussion. Let me go back to reserve time. I do have Honorable Herman Daniels with 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
My time. There's the rest of my time.
Honorable Daniels, I could not hear you. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, I waive the rest of the time.
Okay, you waive the rest of your time. Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That moving on down, Chair Honorable Keon Begay, 4 minutes and 39 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, waive the rest of my time.
Right. Waive the rest of your time. That, colleagues, going back to the main motion on adopting our agenda. Any other further comments or questions before we go to the board to vote to accept our agenda today with 2 amendments? Going twice. Went 3 times. With that, Mr. Rico, second reading. Then we'll go to the board.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council. You have 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0165-22, 007-22, 0003-22 to the agenda. And also amendment number 2 is to add legislation 0024-22. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Keown with screen. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kinesba Crotty,
Shadow, this is Delegate Crotty, vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kinesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Vote, don't is, show,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Hino did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you. So with that, colleagues, on our agenda with 2 amendments, the vote is 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, we do have an agenda before us, so let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 4 is reports. There are none. Item number 5 under old business. Item number 8 under old business is legislation 0003-22. That sponsors by Honorable Stewart on legislation 0003-22. Mr. Rico, if you could read the heading into the record, or read into the record, and then give a recap.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council. This is tracking number 0003-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Navajo Committees and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $900,000 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Division of Economic Development, Tourism Department for personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, Section 820F, and Section 820J to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Nabakeetic Committee dated January 21st, 2022. Legislation was passed and referred to Navajo Nation Council. A council action report dated January 26, 2022. Legislation was deleted off the agenda. A committee report, a Navajo Nation Council action report. The legislation was referred back to the Nabakeetic Committee. And a committee report from the Nabakeetic Committee. The legislation was passed and referred to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation on April 20th, 2022, there was a motion by Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, a second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. The motion was to refer legislation 0003-22 to the Nabakeetic Committee for further discussion. It was brought back on August 30th, 2022. There was a motion and it was further debated, then passed by the Nabakeetic Committee. This legislation, per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. This legislation will move on to the Office of President and Vice President. It is a 2/3 vote due to language or parts of the code being waived. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. On legislation 003-22, did go to NAPK committee all the way back on January 21st. That was the first time I went to NABI, was headed to council on during winter session, deleted off the agenda. For spring session was referred back to NABI. And that was discussed again back at NAPK committee on 8/30. It's the last time that this legislation. So there has been numerous debate on this legislation. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0003-22, this legislation is here before us. So I need a motion at this time to bring it back to council. Motion by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Is there a second?
Yellow hair.
By Jimmy Yellowhair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, or does Nobby work? In this case, 3 times. Going twice.
Question, Speaker.
With that, Vice Chair Slater has a question. Going back to the floor. Honorable Stewart, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Okay, Speaker Raymond Aron, the colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, DDA legislation, the Nigi A old business so Hoki A 003-22 A Yakodo Shatna Ashi, Mr. Arvo McCabe, Tourism Office, Nagishi Badadesh, although Api Hadot Zetolet, the legislation, the Nigi. Should tell the Speaker Damon. So, Mr. McCabe, can you please provide the presentation on this one?
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. Yat A, Speaker Do, Delegates She Arvel T. McCabe and She Nanish Ejan Slendo Apani Bashish Chin Bitna Jenny A dash Che Twitter Jenny A dash Nala what was Tinchland. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you a brief overview of the funding that we are requesting for the tourism department. As you know, the office is operated by the amount of hot tax that we collect from the hotels on the Navajo Nation. But due to COVID, those numbers have dropped and are gradually starting to increase back, probably not back to where it used to be. That may take a little while. But due to not receiving a full budget for this 2023 year and 2022 year, we have a shortfall, which we work with states in our co-op. So many of them we had to cancel due to funding. So hopefully this new coming year we can get back on track and start to work with our states closely again. We have been applying for grants, but those are mostly project related. One of them is the dinosaur tracks. The other one is the museum in Tuba City. We got another grant for $90,000 for the Shiprock Pinnacle. And that one we will be working with Parks and Rec on that project there. And those are the 3 that we have received. And we are continuing to apply for the ARPA money that is available. But due to staffing, it's becoming harder to implement those grants. So we have to kind of look over that and see if it's still doable for us to continue to apply. So I am requesting that you approve the $900,000 from the Hotel Occupancy Tax Fund to continue so that the tourism department can continue to operate and work closely with the states to ensure that we promote Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. That, Honorable Stewart, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. This time I do have a motion and second on legislation 003-22. With that, Vice Chair Slater, good afternoon. The floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Stewart, for presenting the legislation, and to Mr. McCabe for presenting on behalf of your program. My question is, you said to approve hot tax funding for your program. We were presented with legislation 3 and legislation 7. So the latter, number 7, authorizes expenditure out of the Tourism Trust Fund or the Tourism Fund. And I'm trying to understand which is the more prudent pot of funding to authorize the $900,000 from. I am certainly more comfortable allocating from the Tourism Fund and not dipping into the UFB. As Delegate Crotty stated earlier, there really was a broad consensus among those who participated in leadership meetings prior to the council passing the fiscal year 23 budget that we would. That said, I also don't think that additional funds have been, or a memo has come from the controller to identify the deposit of the 21 million and what that may add up to, in addition to the closeouts and what funding might be available from unexpended funds that were not carried over. I guess theoretically would be put into the UFB. So it's my strong preference to fund this out of the Tourism Fund and not to go into the UFB. And then in the context of the budget that was just passed, how does that tie into this? I mean, do you have adequate funding now, or is this a supplementary request? What will be your complete budget picture with the fiscal year 23 funding absent this? And then also if you include the 900,000. So I guess to the sponsor, I want to ask if you have a preference between legislation 3 and legislation 7, and to justify that. And then to the presenter, the questions about your program's budget. Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
$259. Thank you very much with that, Honorable Slater. 2 minutes and 59 seconds is your reserve time. Let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Stewart for a response.
No question. Vice Chair Slater, thank you for the questions to myself and the presenter, just now asked Mr. McCabe. To answer your question, again, between the two, 003 or 07, I would prefer to go with 07. So leto shamaya je under crowd ye hatzi so igi UUFP funds igi a ato so be need in a dollar nan ko Asian nastashi but Asian be hodol just so la kun 007 igi a that needs in love for the tourism. Actually, for his response.
Again, thank you, Speaker and Delegate Slater. As for our budget this year, we have 400,000 without any additional funding. But with the 900,000, that would bring us close to what the regular budget usually is, which was 1.2 million. And that would tie into our many projects that we have, those that we work with the chapters. Some of the funds would go to our co-ops, which runs about 150,000. And that is between the 3 states that we work with, Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. Mr. Speaker.
So let's Speaker Damon, that concludes our response.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Before I go back to reserve time. Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. With that, any other comments or questions at this time? If not, let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 2 minutes and 59 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So to Delegate Stewart, if the preference is to go with the tourism fund allocation, then do you want to withdraw this legislation, or should we table it until we consider the other one and see what the president decides after it's been passed by the council? I guess I'd like some advisement. I don't want us passing 2 different legislations that are attempting to accomplish the same purpose. It seems like we don't have a logic or a sound thought process as a council, and I think the 900,000 from the tourism fund will be appropriate to support the ongoing programs and initiatives that Mr. McCabe identified. I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Go back to sponsor, Honorable Stewart.
So Speaker Damon, auto this, Vice Chair Slater. My recommendation would be to ask you to go ahead and table this until, as you stated earlier, after the discussion on UUFB, and then we'll see what the outcome is of 007.
Thank you. That, any other comments, questions, colleagues, at this time? Or go back to reserve time. We'll go back to reserve time. 2 minutes and
Speaker,
20
Delegate
seconds.
Otto
Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I will motion to table legislation 322 until the either signature line item veto or veto of legislation 722. I'll reserve my time.
Okay. The time frame is until the signature. So if it's today, it gets passed, certification on our side, plus sending it over there. So within the next, within the next 20 days. It'll be. Honorable Slater, so in hindsight, to say, would you be willing to state that the time frame would be until fall session? Because that would give 20 days.
Can you give me the start date of fall session?
It was on the 17th.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay. Table legislation 0003-222 until fall session. due to the response of possible passage of legislation 0007-22. I guess upon passage and signed into law of the president's signature signing into law legislation 0007-22. That there's a motion to table. Honorable Vice Chair Slater on legislation 0003-22 until Navajo fall session upon possible authorization of presidential authorization of legislation 0007-22. Is there a second?
Question of privilege? Vice Chair Smith?
Question of privilege by Vice Chair Smith before I get a second on a tabling motion. Second, or Vice Chair Smith, what is your question of privilege?
On this table motion, if we do table this, will it cancel out this whole legislation? I thought we pulled it off the table and that was tabled, and I motioned, and Honorable Yellowhair second to bring it forth. Is that what might happen if we do table this? Is it going to wash this legislation? That's my question of privilege. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, back in July 20th, this legislation was referred back to NAPKET committee. And because it was referred, this will be the only time that this legislation is tabled. So this legislation is still good standing if this tabling motion passes. With that, colleagues, is there a second on the tabling motion?
Second, Charles
Second,
Newton.
Honorable Edison Wanika. That, colleagues,
Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good morning. I'm on the
Wel-
line. I tried to
wel-
second, but it sounds like you guys couldn't hear me.
Welcome. That, colleagues, let's go to board. So debate, or actually, Honorable Stewart, you have 3 minutes as a motion party on a tabling motion as a main sponsor.
Augustine Silla, Speaker, our colleagues as well. Thank you for the recommendation to go ahead and table. We'll go ahead and leave that as is. Not during the fall session, but before December 31st. And then that would be my closing statement for this legislation. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues, we're on a tabling motion. Let's go to board on legislation 0003-22 until fall session.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Prati. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate
Honorable-
Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, please, just say who.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Kinesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Kinesba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. On legislation 0003-22, vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. With that, let's go on to item number B under old business. Legislation 0024-22. Sponsors by Honorable Keelan Begay, co-sponsors by Madam Chair Crotty, co-sponsors by Honorable Slater. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read the heading into the record and then give us a overview. It looks like we might have to take it off the table. So there's
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0024-22, in action relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Navigated Committees and Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NNC Section 1176 to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo veterans organizations. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Canaz-Bacradi, and co-sponsored by Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. You do have committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. You also have a committee report from the Navigated Committee dated July 14th, 2022. The legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. There is a Navajo Nation Council action report dated July 26th, 2022. The legislation was referred back to the Navigated Committee. The referral motion was made by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., second by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. With a vote 11 in favor, 8 opposed, with Speaker Damon not voting. Motion to refer legislation 0024-22 back to the Navigated Committee to hold a work session within 30 days to hear from the Navajo Veterans, Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, and possibly the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Now, going to the purpose of the referral. On August 18th, 2022, the work session was completed. That was directed by council. Furthermore, the sponsor and in coordination with the Office of the Speaker on September 13th and September 14th held veterans public hearings at the Eastern Agency and the Western Agency. This legislation will move on to the President and Vice President. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0024-22, do need a motion. Is there a motion or
Motion, Charles Newton.
motion by Madam Chair Charles Lewin? Is
Second
there
by
a second?
Eugene Soul.
Second by Energy. So that, colleagues, again, this was council was referred back. We did have a work session. And furthermore, there was 2 additional public hearings. Ready to vote on legislation 0024-22? Any comments or
Yeah.
questions? One twice. One 3 times. Let's go to board. On the main
Honor-
motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable
green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
This is Delegate Crotty, vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote, Dr. So.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yasi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Bench James. Honorable Bench James. Honorable Bench James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 14 in favor, 6 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Speaker, I change my vote to red. This is Edmund. Sir.
That
Speaker Helena, I changed my vote to red. Thought we were voting on something else. I read on this legislation. Thank you.
we're on legislation 0024-22 with a vote of 12 in favor, 8 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries.
Speaker. Speaker,
Yes,
this is Edmund. Did you get my vote as red, sir?
yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. With that, on legislation 0024-22, on McKeown Brigade, that goes across the street for final authority. We are on item number 6, new business legislation 0177-22, sponsors by Honorable Stewart, co-sponsors by Vice Chair Walker. Colleagues, this is the legislation that was recommended to have an emergency, or this emergency legislation recommended for us to have the petition and the whole special session. So with that, Mr. Rico, if you could read this legislation 0177-22 into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, tracking number 0177-22, an act relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council approving Amendment 1 to the fiscal year 2022 Navajo Nation Housing Plan for the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, Indian Housing Block Grant Funding, waiving 2 NNC Section 501B2B. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Rick Nez.
Thank you very much. With that, on legislation 0177-22, motion by Chairman Rick Nez, is there a second?
Delegate
Second by
Yellowhair.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Went twice.
Delegate Charles Newman, I do have a question, Speaker.
Okay, with that, Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours. 20 minutes on board.
Question to the speaker. Aron the colleagues of 24th Nomination Council, Joyat A Nana. Aron the motion do second do lagi. Just not Ashtorshana, so here. Aro Kodogi a the kid the Niki be odds Aro Kodogi presentation, the Niki Quaggy A the emergency legislation given Nachigi A. We had this to let Aro Shamada is so Miss Curly from NHA. Asian Bangladesh also for whatever I may leave out in this presentation. I'll turn the rest of my time over to her at that time. According to the legislation, the on September 16th, dans jo delegation to the Navajo and Nako Pasetan Pasentan Ko Itan Asia Yajatoshinai. Thomas Walker do ki Alan Asia da hola ko di ko do gi and two in each that da July a disconnection notices even nachi ko highlight our a be need that highlight our a pk don't need causing the car di chat with no ko 88 ben nachi a ko do a shama Miss Maureen Curley NHA yes da gi aron da ko do nana gi da 3 element do President's Office that the budget Dashla Kokodo in 2A Dakodo. That Sunday evening Yada A Satasi Glean President Nesbethako A Arjaki Bahol She Joko a Banda seat in Dokodogi A funding and the Nigi A the CARES funding do that the ARPA funding that the Hikita Bezo Gitra Yos in Hipa Nachigi A Kodogi A for our community members as NHA and they live on their own so we all are aware NHA they serve low income for low and non-low income families additionally for the letter that was referred given to us back in July Mr. Haas on legislative or executive branch and his dated initial work Kodogi Nasu be need deo Kodogi Shamado staff and the Niki Mr. Yazi and the Miss Gilmore that Agi and Mr. Truly Mr. Kuntz from Intuada that Agi we would meet that Sunday or that Monday that the board the commissioners from NHA so as resource development committee members of course resolutions from Navajo Housing Authority commissioners even Lada Asli Okushila Kodogi Kushine Lanshi base on the Baby Kati Jatole Kodogi Dajdi Mr. Haas he's willing to work with us even the whole Jijako without do the Kodao Hadasi the legislation to do an amendment to the Indian housing plan ADA ben Nachidole Kodogi Setna Nados Yashtole RGK and Hitsila State the President Neziki the Vice President Lyons Riki Ebeji Kaido leave Yelando lives out of a national Nados Yashtole out of by the end of this month we should get this month we should get the results back on that. 88 without a emergency legislation binge kid that should select all Kodogi Hashin so and the Nikita Base should speaker Damon though RDC members and the Nikita without a Behastigales Punzacha with the next 15 minutes Shamamis Maureen Curley if you're online but not in this Astolis.
Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and Chitila Council Delegate Wilson. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Council Delegate Stewart, I'm sorry. We have been having such a rough day the last 2 days trying to put everything back in order here. But thank you so much for turning the time over to us to explain to you or give you some insight as to what is going on with this particular legislation number 0177-22. As Delegate Stewart had mentioned, we did meet with President Naz and NTUA and also members of our board, and they have approved us to go forward with this particular request to assist those that are in need of utilities assistance past the September 30th deadline. As you know, ERAP will be ending tomorrow. And this was one of the reasons why we wanted to get this legislation through so that we can be able to assist those that are in need after 9/30 of this year. Ms. Aniva Yazi has been working nonstop with HUD and NTUA today while I was attending to other items. So she has the latest update of things that are going on with this particular legislation. Please do understand, though, that we're asking the legislation to be passed so that we can be of assistance to those that are in need. We've just run into a couple of minute hurdles that we need to overcome in order to complete this. So I'm going to turn it over to Aniva right now, Speaker Damon, if that so be. Thank you.
Is it on? Okay. Honorable Speaker Damon, Yat Shinandai, honorable members of the Navajo Committee, Yat O'Shea and Nivayaz in Shadow Dikwa Nashnish as Ms. Curley Deputy with NHA. Ataude Sian Shilsa, Senajin in Shlo and Twitch in a Bashishin, Hana Dashiche, Hotsoe Dashanala, out A Astanan Shla, Aronde Baslanet Shiyaha. Thank you for that. I know we have a few minutes. The time clock is running. We have an opportunity to be of assistance and be part of the solution to the Navajo Nation, the crisis of the disconnection of critical services to our impacted families from COVID, and it's still lingering to date. And so we've taken your concern and met with the tribal departments and the tribal enterprise of NTUA, and to really begin an understanding and seeing how we could problem solve. And so we took this to our Board of Commissioners. And so as of last Friday, September 23rd, the board had approved the use of funds to help impacted families under COVID for low income and non-low income across our reservation, including those areas where NTUA may not be the main primary utility supplier. We have other utility providers across our reservation, including the offsites in Alamo, Rama, and Tohajale. Monies were set aside in the amount of 10 million out of CARES, and that had to happen through an amendment of the CARES IHP, which was approved by the board. Subsequent to that, our board then considered the matter at hand with NTUA, the fact that they have over 10,000 families that were impacted, of which about a little over 7,000 remain unable to afford to bring their accounts current. But what it's done on the tribal enterprise side with NTUA, what we understand is that they are unable to sustain their operations, even though they started assistance back March of 2020. And so we're writing this out, still trying to write out the effects of COVID. And so it was then immediately known that we needed to, when they needed help in order to just deliver electric and water services right to the masses. So that's what made it very critical for our nation. We communicated this to HUD in advance as well with our board. And so we're happy to report that the board approved another allocation under an amended 2022 IHP as of last Sunday. Yeah, we met on a Sunday, September 25th, in which the board approved that. So we were working with HUD to try to expedite a payment to NTUA. And so when it turned out, they found out, they knew about the 7,000 families when we brought it to their attention as of Monday, right? Because we got the board approved. And they required documentation, which we are going to do. But so we immediately started to process the amended 2022 IHP. It will expire tomorrow and we'll enter into a new fiscal year 2023 starting October 1. So we wanted the amendment to be done and solidified. So which was done. And so we have this legislation before you. We appreciate the leadership of our Oversight Committee, Resource and Development Committee under Honorable Rick Nez and the honorable members of RDC. We have before you a legislation to approve the amended IHP under the 2022 IHP to incorporate a new activity and funds allocated for $10 million to help with the immediate need by NTUA. So we can move that forward. We would appreciate your support and consideration. With that, Mr. Speaker, we stand by for any questions you may have. I yield back to you.
Honorable Stewart, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, Speaker Damon.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go to the board. At this time, I have Madam Chair Charles Newton. The floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation and also for getting this legislation through the process. I know that there was some statistics and information that was shared at RDC, which I did get to listen into yesterday. So I appreciate that information. What I want to know is if NHA was aware of the families that were in need of assistance, why are we waiting till the last minute to offer assistance and to get this legislation through, to get it through like at the last minute? I know that NHA, there has been a lot of people who have been applying for the ERAP, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And I know that based on your presentation yesterday to RDC, again, I appreciate that information because it was very helpful. But what I think a lot of, at least my constituents reach out and they say that, they tried calling NHA, they tried reaching out to NHA, they've been asking about the ERAP, they've been trying to get a hold of somebody, they've been approved for funding, and then they get a letter back saying that there is no funding. So if you can explain to me with this legislation, how many families will be assisted? How will those families know that they are going to be assisted? Again, keep in mind that people are saying that they get a letter saying that they've been approved, and then they wait months and nothing comes through, and then they're told that there's no funding. And so what I want to know is, how are you guys planning to fix that internally so that we can, as you stated, assist as many of our Navajo people as we can? Thank you, Speaker. That's my question.
Thank you very much with that. You go ahead and go. Before I go back to you, Honorable Stewart, let me go to one more member of the council, one of our colleagues, and then I'll come back to you for a response to you and your agents. That, Madam Chair Crotty, good afternoon. The floor is yours at this time.
Yate, Speaker Damon and colleagues, appreciate the legislation. My concern, and I want to make a comment on the record, that there will be delegates who will support NHA, although they have not provided the housing solution that we need here on Navajo Nation. And what this does is when leadership continues to support NHA, we're enabling them to continue not to provide critical housing to our people. This report, and I'm not sure what was provided at RDC yesterday, is dramatically different from the report that was provided at Budget and Finance regarding ERAP and how NHA had decided to move forward to continue with the funding to assist. And now we have a legislation that has a resolution from the board to identify money that was allocated from CARES funding to assist with utility payments. I would need to know from leadership, from the CEO of NHA or your deputy, what accountability for NHA when it comes to getting millions of dollars on behalf of our people. And when you use the word crisis, the only reason why we're in this crisis, this is an NTUA made crisis. This is an NTUA board decision and an NTUA CEO and management decision to start disconnecting our people at a certain date because some federal funding was expiring. NTUA board needs to be responsible for their decision to start discontinuing services right when school started and as we start preparing for winter months. I think in terms of these enterprises and how you were set up for the people, that is lost in the shuffle of decisions that are being made. So when NTUA board made that decision to start disconnecting, we have a Navajo Nation Council delegate on the board. So I want to say there's no one in my district that supports that position from NTUA board to disconnect. I have not seen concurrence from any other community agreeing with the NTUA board decision to disconnect individuals. And the rationale that NTUA is saying that they no longer can carry this debt, they are receiving multi-million-dollar contracts from the Navajo Nation. They are receiving $250,000 to build a bathroom addition. One bathroom addition times, 2,000. They are receiving premium dollars to provide services. And in lieu of that, what we get is a letter to our people that they're going to start disconnecting them. I think at this point, Speaker, I know I have my time, but I want to hear from NTUA. I want to hear why did they send out that memo to start disconnecting our people as we're still in emergency. And guess what? Hundreds of families continue to be out without water because of their infrastructure. And so we're coordinating on the ground how to get water to these individuals. And here NTUA is trying to disconnect them. I'd like that to be answered. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that, for your comments. Before I go back to Honorable Stewart at this time for the response, we will reach out to Navajo Housing, or not Navajo Housing Authority, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, to see if there's anybody who will give a response to that question, Madam Chair. With that, I'm gonna go back to Honorable Stewart at this time. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Speaker Edmund Q, please.
Goshintila Speaker, Arokoroshi Shamakia, Ms. Curley and Ms. Yaldishin Badnada Dishnatalis to answer those questions from Chairwoman Charles Newton, Ms. Cardi.
Yes, good afternoon again to you, members of the 24th Council. In order to answer Councilwoman Charles Newton in her questions for need of assistance, why the last minute? I want to assure you that these are two different things that we're talking about, the ERAP and also the IHP. According to the ERAP, we do have money, so I'm not real sure where you're getting the information as to we don't have any money. And also for the letter of approval, if a client has received a letter of approval, then that means that the check has been issued to the tenant's landlord, the utility company, or their internet provider. The money or the checks do not go directly to the participant or the applicant themselves. They only receive a letter saying that it has been approved and that the money has been forwarded. So in regards to ERAP again, I want to inform you, as I did yesterday, that the program is ending tomorrow, September 30th at 11:59 p.m. With that, we are taking applications in hopes that the program will continue with the Congress, with Congress's help in passing a resolution, continuing resolution for the ERAP program. Understand that there are tribes across the United States that are asking for the same thing, to continue ERAP.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
With that, Ms. Curley, if you could hold, please. There is there's a point of privilege by Madam Chair Crotty. Madam Chair Crotty, what's your point of privilege this afternoon?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. When Navajo Housing Authority presented to the Budget and Finance Committee, in the report, they stated they were going to continue with the ERAP program. Is there any documentation now on NTUA's verbal statement to this council that the application period ends and the wait for congressional reauthorization or what was stated by the CEO is different from what was presented to Budget and Finance? I would need that in writing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Curley, there's a request for what you're stating it to be in writing.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Damon, and thank you for those comments, Council Delegate Crotty. I was actually going to be getting to the reasons for the termination date on September 30th. The reason why we are ending the program on September 30th is because we received a letter from from the U.S. Treasury that regardless if anyone has retained any funds, or regardless if we had any tribe that has received more funding from the Treasury for the ERAP program, that it was ending on September 30th. However, if there are some that had received funding, then they were allowed to continue spending until until December 30th. But thereafter, the entire program will be disseminated. As for Navajo Housing Authority, yes, we did report back in May, or when we met with Budget and Finance Committee, that we were going to go ahead and continue providing services and issuing assistance to those that were in need of rental, utilities, and internet at the time. At that time, prior to August 19th, when that decision was made, we did so because we did not want to return 65% of the money that we didn't spend. And if we did return that money, we would not have been able to help as many people as we did to this date. So yes, that the comments that I made at the Budget and Finance Committee was different than what I am reporting at this time. So therefore, as of September 30th, we are taking applications up till then. And then the program will be discontinued and we will await Congress's notification if we are to continue. If we are not to continue, then those applications that have been approved and that have been vetted already or verified in our system, those will be paid out after October 1st. So that is how ERAP sits at this point. And do know that we did go to Washington to advocate for the extension of this program. And that is what we're waiting for, is notice from Congress to extend this program. And as we get into other items and regarding IHP with this legislation that's on the table, yes, NTUA did contact us in regards to the disconnection of the Navajo population, yeah, in the president's office as well. So again, I'm going to turn it over to Aniva because she's been working on this particular one since we started, while there are other issues that we're taking care of with HUD. Aniva.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. If I could, Honorable Stewart, in response as an agent. So this was initially brought to, we didn't know of the utility crisis, quite honestly, until it was brought to our attention by a meeting call by the president the evening of Sunday evening, September 18th, or at least to the magnitude and the extent of the disconnect of a lot of families. So it was then, yes, it is late, it was September 18th, and we did all that we can to try to follow our processes with respect to the Indian housing plans that are the responsibility of grants funded under the CARES and under the IHBG funds. So while we could have responded sooner, we were unable to. We actually effectuated all this within 2 weeks notice. And it would have been ideal to know that it had been on the horizon. As we understand it, it started in July, but I'll leave that to NTUA to present a response in that regard. And so we did and respond, I think, as soon as we could when we heard of the situation, the magnitude of it as of September 18th, and today is now September 29th. So I just want to add that to the response from Ms. Curley. Thank you.
Speaker, that concludes our response at this time. And also, I just got a message from Mr. Kuntz at NTUA that he is online now. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, there's no more further response from Navajo Housing Authority. Good afternoon, Mr. Rex Kuntz. I don't know if you heard the question from Madam Chair Crotty, but if you did, the floor is yours right now for a response. Rex? I want to press *6. Anybody on from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority? We did get confirmation that Mr. Kuntz is on the line. Anybody from NTUA?
Mr. Speaker, this is Martin Ashley.
Yes, Mr. Ashley.
I'm not sure where Mr. Kuntz is at, but I can provide a brief response.
Did you hear the question from Madam Chair Crotty?
Yes, I did.
Okay, with that, Floor is yours, Mr. Ashley. Good afternoon.
Kasi, Shinantai, Navigation Council. Shea Martin Ashley, that's the not what the net had she in she buses chin. Sinajin the shed shade out with a chin, that's another. Auto Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, AJ, government liaison to the no, dishnish. Called Ashnanish not it. Kodinaide Kidgi, the questions that were asked, to my understanding and the letters that were sent out, and going back, in the midst of the pandemic, the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, back in 2020, they suspended disconnection notices for all the customers. So this has been going on for 2 years now, that suspension of disconnection. And so we're at a point where, there's bills that need to be paid. Yes, the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority is receiving grants from different sources, but those sources are earmarked for those specific purposes that we're getting monies for. And so right now, there was letters that were sent out back in August, giving advance notice that this is going to happen. And I believe a lot of these letters went out to the various council delegates, to let their constituents in their regions know that this is going to be happening. So the deadline was actually set for September the 19th for disconnection notices to start happening. And so, that's kind of where this decision was made. Again, the disconnection suspension was made back in 2020. I believe it was around April or May of 2020. And so here we are in 2022. We've not disconnected anybody for that 2-year period. And so, this is a decision that was made by the management to try to get caught up on the other liabilities and obligations of the utility authority. So that would be my response, and hopefully Mr. Kuntz is on by now. Perhaps if he is, he could add on to that. Mr. Speaker and the Navigation Council members.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Ashley. That Mr. Rex Coots, are you online? No response. *6. Yeah.
Honorable Chair, this is Regina. Are you there?
Yes.
This is Regina with NQA. I believe Mr. Kuntz is trying to respond. He has tried to initiate the *6, but unfortunately it's muted on your end. I just texted him. Could you perhaps have your team check?
Yeah, there's nothing. It's his phone. As far as *6.
Okay, I'll advise him.
Okay, thank you. That's a complete response from NTUA at this time. Moving on down. Back to the main motion on legislation 0177 or 0177-22. You have a motion and a second. I do have colleagues in the queue. Let me go to Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown at this time. Floor is yours.
Yat epes bahasaan ado anil kod nebenal nitlini yat len ado le danahot kod hashne. Adequagi Navajo Housing Authority, Disani, Aja Lanja no not ani no lini he rado pay di dis anigi behanana sitole. Nishitene hashine la kode besendale nesto di hawan no hawan akit a koyawi dis and adon hidene such hawan de yo keto nishibesh bansa ani lini bana nature hande peso ki yobich na hantla nilego peso bakada hilianda philanthropy and other organizations that base of that sohigi da no ISD di aja na bi hono shini you base on kitchen edit na lay hud na hazda fun ha ishin ya aja do choda ida ne bit na hande khayla hajoy nix eo di be has ani bin na nishi ebik het asle ella khayt do ni study no koda such a benda deal kitle ko I don't need such a nahone le sank the last so hawan naba no. So we do have a veteran who is waiting for funds also. It's really frustrating to know that Navajo Nation has all this over $1 billion to spend and 50 million specifically for veterans. Ado Satnana go I think 80 million, right? But we're still messaging or we're trying to find creative ways to bring housing to our people. And it's so frustrating that NHA has all this funding, CDBG, as well as veterans organizations. So I'm looking high and low again for Mr. Joe to find funding. I know that they are short some funding. Is there any way we can get him some assistance? My understanding is he has home site lease. He has pretty much all ani landa aja beta this ani ado ani hikode kehit inigi alate ka teacher ado ebeni na so ani hikode nanis fahan chad lini da bakata hilia so non-profit digita asache batki neka ko en kings ke dole alate adi aden kidenegi peso diha one bada dot legi ARC quagging in Kings K dollars out of this emergency rental assistance. If you can forward me the letter asking for an extension when I'm interested to see when the date is on that. If you can please email that to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I would appreciate that. Speaker, let me reserve the rest of my time. Yeah.
Reserve your time at 1 minute and 15 seconds. Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Chairman Yazzie, floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker, members of the council, also to the sponsor, the legislation reference to Navajo housing. I don't have any questions for the sponsor or the agents, but I just want to recommend to our council that on the TDAG for NHA, it is a choice. I know we talk about the housing problems and issues that are going on within the nation, but that TDAG is given to NHA to be the housing entity for the Navajo Nation. We as the council my colleagues, have the option of getting back that TDAG back to the Navajo Nation. I know I've talked to the chief of staff on this, and he, Mr. Chaco, they indicated that it is a possibility if we can work things out. So I just wanted to share that thought to my colleagues. Maybe we can look into this down the road. We always talk about work sessions, and maybe that's one of the items that we need to put on the list to do. What's the possibility? What's the good thing if we take back the TDAG back to the Navajo tribe? So I'll just leave it at that, Speaker. Thank you for giving me time. I don't know if Ms. Crotty wants more time, but I'll go ahead and, Honorable Crotty, I'll reserve my time, Speaker, sir.
3 minutes and 21 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Chairman Yazzie. That, nobody else? Let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, for response.
Yeah, so Speaker Damon, our colleagues of the Nation Council. Kuroshi, Shama, Kef, Badenish, Atole, Ms. Curley, and Ms. Yazzie to respond back to the questions and concerns from my colleagues.
Thank you, Cecilia. Councilman Stewart. In response to the comments and the questions that have been asked, I just want to say that I understand your concerns. I understand that we're all in need of homes. Each and every Navajo family who is in need of homes have probably come across NHA at some point in time in their lives. I want to remind you that Aniva and I started in this position in January and February. From that time up to now, we have made assessments on this organization. We have made recommendations. We have made changes, and those changes are working now. And I want to ensure you in fiscal year 23 that the changes that have been made thus far is going to be relevant in fiscal year 23. In respect to that, we are going to be building homes. Right now, we have 4 projects that have opened up, and we have done drawdowns for that, and they are beginning and they're mobilizing in the communities where the houses will be built. Based on that as well, we have additional projects that are being vetted now for fiscal year 23. And those projects are under the care and oversight of Ms. Aniva Yazzie, who has taken over the oversight of the construction management department. I want to let you know that during our assessment, we have had several comments, maybe more comments than we would like to say about the non-performance of that particular department and the non-performance of anyone in NHA trying to build homes. We are trying to change that attitude, the attitude of building homes, or even the perception that we're not building homes. Our perception in fiscal year 23 is to ensure the Navajo people that we are going to be building homes. So I'm going to ask every council member that is on this call respectfully, please give us that chance to make those changes. Give us the chance that we can start building these homes, and I assure you they will begin. The things that we have begun doing is we have gone through the entire budget for the IHP. Every budget that we've had, we have gone through them, and we have identified things that have been sitting for years, and those are moving forward, and we have recalculated and reanalyzed the financial side of NHA. I can honestly say that some of the financial statements that were received were outdated or I don't know if you can call money outdated, but they have just been sitting on the shelf for years. Now, those have been moved forward in fiscal year 23, and I think you will see that money will be utilized in fiscal year 23. One of the things that we have also stated in NHA, and I know that it's always a question whenever we come before a committee, is that what are you doing within NHA? What have you made changes to? And are we going to continue to do the things that we're doing 3 to 4 years in the past? No, we're not. We're not going to continue doing the things that we have done in the past. We have changed the entire method of doing construction within NHA. And it's going to be, the improvement there is going to show, I would say, within at least 6 to 9 months within fiscal year 23. We have got to just get through this fiscal year 22, close everything out, and begin anew. And the financial side of it, new accounts have been established so that we know where all the money is. We know where everything will be at throughout the entire fiscal year. So that is what I want to place before you. And I know the Navajo Nation Council respectfully has the choice of taking TDHE back. But again, I would respectfully ask you that to give us a chance. The two of us have started not less than 7 months ago, and we have made significant changes to NHA. And I do know that you will see these changes and the positive impact that we're making in regards to the improvement within NHA. As far as the ERAP extension, I believe Councilman Brown has asked that I send him the statement as to the letter or anything that we had done in regards to requesting for the ERAP extension. I can send you those letters that were sent to the U.S. Treasury after this meeting. Aniba? And that would be our comments and comments to the comments that were made to us. Thank you, Councilman Council Delegate Stewart. I turn it back over to you, and thank you, Speaker Damon, for giving us this time.
Speaker Damon, that concludes our response at this time.
Thank you very much. For the record, we do have Honorable Keelan McGay, Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, and Honorable Slater here too as well with us in the chambers. Colleagues, if you're joining us, we're listening in and you're just joining us. We are on legislation new business, legislation 0177-22. We have a motion and a second. We are on the main motion at this time. I do have a colleague in the queue, so let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. I do have Vice Chair, or actually Chairman Nez, Chairman Rick Nez. Chairman Nez, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon, could all be there. Tlenigi be Swatigi Arushan and Tlenigi Beshbans on Hinan Shudak, Ishin Sahachangers, and I hate Ego Con, the Nebanan egg cut out the Nebandale at the Bandale Nation. So Hake Hinton go there. I don't hear Shitsella, Honorable Stewart. Cut out the Sabet and Hadit in Sohdendale and Negation the legislation emergency. No. So the account a bear a na a distinction common data source. I don't miss Curly. Yeah, I guess and nesto the quite in a yego big on and galgo. Na a yego had legi by James and Messiazi nesto. I don't that he got it. I Mr. Jason Croxton he can't not look. Nitishin what in the Shnant are not Seniki in Reda or Takoto Jost and Rako Kareya Echo. So, Ms. Curley, CEO, Senato, a board is not Nishkok at Jobs and Lestabati. No, yet eho Eskitadesh Nesto and the Hat Ahaki is law. So, what out of Lesti Koya Hat, we have made reviews. We have made changes at NHA Nila. Well, I support that. What ego ya atiko nahat au nahat ahakishin ta zigishin basalla. I don't know then she hate au she to host in nehekishin benena. The hot ego ya ayo ben edahadot is the lane NHA hot endik ade. I assure you, John Hisnenigip nacha. I do support that. I don't know. We as a council, either TDHE, Bagado, Lies Nela, or what are you at Hege Ayaba Hanoson, a cotida, Beshbahas, and nothing at Gogo, the Kushina Gogo. Nahat Agit or Hostel Seco, Aston here, Benina, but the end of the Hash another Mahalan. A cotty horo cut specials underneath Lohan Anovanjan de Dina Hasha Bahon Santi Dato Hajo now Campersalado Hajo Papohonet launched and not lepet at Nenikishin Koro Miss Curly yes Kitodin hit a ne Natin hit Hanas Nehikin Henes Ayo cornet and nine in it's an store trouble here. That's but when I go into a not let your person any given in a Yakodo in is willing to help. Kodo Hela Hunt hit a neck, Kodo had it or lease application, though Shikri should train out the utility special card or what Ninikin hit that or so the day. I don't do a vacation that the Hans so what I Sahon Nabkiat or teacher work session. No, okay, the key. Hajo Nabkiat hit on hat Hajo Nabkiel to Hastadil Nita Sheet. George hat Lehla Artemis Curly Eben. I do support NHA in that area and I encourage them to continue to move forward. Ashane Nin hit an ad lava on that and over a hatch by Ashi bad had all just on and on his last sort what ego hot on the neben a cut a wins and he gave a cautious chahon. I do have that hope. I don't hit others indeed. I shouldn't have a canadian at so I said over to go about this whatever time I have left I'd like to reserve. Thank you.
42 seconds.
Thank you very much. Our Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, you have 42 seconds on reserve time. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues, at this time? Before I go back to the sponsor.
Speaker, Delegate Otto.
So, wait, floor is yours. I'll come back to you, Madam Stewart.
Thank you very much. And this legislation is brought forth for the council to act on, and it's pretty much amending the NHA plan of housing plan. And it looks like we're just adding in the line item or adding in the option to help with bills, utility payments, and wondering if that is something that is doable from allowable from Congress pertaining to these dollars. I know that this didn't go through the regular process where the Department of Justice would look into this, and wondering if that's allowable to allow these dollars to be utilized for emergency assistance for utility costs as new activities. And with those payments, individuals who qualify for them, if they should qualify, are they subjected to the income requirements of HUD? We saw, reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that reserve your time at 3 minutes and 25 seconds. We go back to you, Honorable Stewart. Floor is yours at this time.
Agradecendo, Speaker Damon, our colleagues, Nana, Yat, Ado Kodos, and Chairman Nez. So for your comments as well, and from Resource Committee, oversight in Glento, Kodos, divisions, though entities on the different data niche, though 100% though. Okay, I got a corner and I hope that these kids are going to get the kids are about so case with these I need to date us echo. Quite a bunch and auto could all be non the just not us. Also, Vice Chair, the the income guideline could all be so it's for low and non-low income families. So patient that's what we're amending. I didn't get out, it's amending that part of the language. So out of quiet shut it's currently out on the minus yazi. I don't know if has the
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Ms. Curley?
yes. Thank you, Speaker Damon, and thank you, Councilman Stewart. In regards to the income limits, you are correct. It is a HUD guideline. And then also the additional line item that has been added is the only thing that is being changed to the Indian housing plan. That is also correct. The other details I will give to Aniva and she can explain to you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley, Honorable Stewart, or Naiden Kirigi, Honorable Otto here, Chairman Naz here for your support. Do give us that opportunity for the change. I've been absent 5 years, and it's amazing how things have just accumulated over time since then. So the income limits, we've been working with HUD, so yes, everything that we do, in fact, coming back to the program, we've uncovered a lot of non-compliance from the various avenues of audits. The HUD reviews, the independent audits that have imposed upon NHA, all of it, you'll see a stark contrast to in trying to close all that. We want to bring the management capacities to full compliance. And so significant inroads have taken place in the short time. And so we look forward to providing that next report that'll show that. Income limits, although we work with HUD too, we've re-engaged a really great partnership with HUD under the SWONAT Regional Administrator, Jody Moses. And in terms of all our day-to-day operations or things where we're closing out violations. And so this is allowable for CARES, it's allowable for the Indian Housing Plan, IHPG funds. And so they are aware, and we've been working with them in tandem in anticipation of approval from the Navajo Nation Council, and including all the other requirements and the source documentation of eligibility. So we are very mindful of the compliance requirements and the documentation moving forward. And we had also apprised N2A of that. And so we'll work in cooperation with them to make sure we have the documentation before payment is made to NTA for the select impacted customers. Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Councilman Stewart. We'll turn it back over to you.
Question, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. With that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
This is Rex Coons. This is Rex Coons. I've been trying to get on and unmute. It wouldn't unmute me. I'm unmuted now.
Okay.
If you still give me time.
If there's any further comments to NTUA or questions, Mr. Coons, you stand by. That, colleagues, going back to the floor this time. Any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, good. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Priscilla Otto, and I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council out of Priscilla, Honorable Wilson Stewart Otto, agents from NHA. One of the things that, since we're basically talking rentals, I'm hearing from renters in my district is NHA is requiring them to build fences around their rental area. And I really feel like that's an unreasonable requirement since NHA is the landlord. Anywhere else, the landlord puts in a perimeter fence. And a lot of our renters are low income. They cannot afford a chain link fence or those cedar plank fencing. And it's a wonder that we have a wild dog problem. It's a wonder that we don't we're not moving forward. Remember, these are low income. And how then does the landlord build the fences such that the renters or the tenants have a safe living area? So that's one of the things that I'd like to see NHA redo their policies, because we add to, in a lot of ways, add to the crime and the violence and the safety of the children when they should be playing in their yard rather than to be stuck in their rental property. And I really feel like this is an item that requires proper attention by the NHA Board of Commissioners as well as the NHA administration. We can't have the continuing practices of NHA. The Far Eastern chapters, Whitehorse Lake, Pueblo Pintado, Counselor, Encino and Torreon, the last housing development was in the early 80s. Since then, those chapters have been marginalized by the bureaucracy of NHA. A lot of my work is on activism. And when you tell a federal or state agency that your community is marginalized, then that pricks up their ears. Then they proceed to make it to where they don't want that criticism. So they reach out. And right now, that reach isn't occurring. I'm aware that those 5 chapters have resolutions requesting housing. In their land use plans, they've got tracks identified. So in that aspect, you as the new administrator and folks, that you're saying that there's a new thinking occurring, then I wish it would reach out, put out longer arms to the 5 far eastern chapters.
Time.
So I'd like to say this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So, that colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Normal Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Speaker Damon, colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council, as well as Talia. Thank you for this emergency legislation sponsorship. Ms. Curley and your team at NHA, as well as NTUA as well. Wanted just to speak to 2 things that we have brought up. Of course, one, I really appreciate Chairman Nez speaking to the changes and everything that we've been meeting and talking with NHA about. I really appreciate the executive team, rebuilding the culture at NHA and looking to make some changes that will really be beneficial in the long run to our people. And I'm glad it's like to me it's like shaking the tree that had to be done, and we definitely appreciate that. And hopefully these changes will be significant into making the future better for NHA. You are all on the right path with this, and we appreciate the leadership put forth and demonstrated by these changes. So thank you for that. In regards to NTUA, I am the shareholder representative on NTUA. I for one, of course, support NTUA as well. This decision was not made by the board; it was made by the executive team, and I think that's what was stated earlier by Mr. Ashley. And I just wanted to put that on for the record because that was noted earlier. For us out in Eastern Agency, colleagues, let's be reminded that our people out in Eastern Navajo are already getting disconnection notices. They have been receiving them for about 6 months now, or maybe even 6 to 9 months now. So our people out in Eastern Navajo, under Continental Divide, Hammers Mountain, City of Farmington, Socorro Electric, and also even all of our urban Navajos too, PNM, APS, SRP, I'm sure are also getting disconnection notices. So it's a matter of the timing. The co-ops out in Eastern Navajo, particularly Continental Divide and Continental Divide and Hammers are regulated by New Mexico PRC. So they have to work with our people. They have to work with all people in order to avoid disconnection entirely. So I really hope that kind of clears up some of the situation and some of the discussion that we've had, because our people are and I've already heard from some of my constituents saying that, they were very thankful for receiving the hardship, because that was one of the first things they did was they used it to help get caught up with the utility bills. So it's a different situation for us in Eastern Navajo. We don't have NTUA entirely. We do get the water from them, but we get our electric and our other services from other co-ops and other services from other agencies. So I just wanted to put that out there because a lot of our people are working directly with these utility companies already out in Eastern Navajo. So it's happening already, just not on the big part of Navajo, or big Navajo on the trust side. So I just wanted to make that clear as well. So those are my comments, Speaker. Again, thank you to my little brother and of course to the NHA team and to the NTUA team as well. And I hope we can get this legislation across the finish line and situated as well. So Edia, we'll go ahead and reserve my time, whatever I have left. Thank you, Speaker.
Your time at 1 minute, 28 seconds. That, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart for response. Floor is yours.
Question to the speaker. I will give it the time to Shadado, Shama, Ms. Curley, and also Ms. Yazi to respond.
Councilman Stewart and Speaker Damon, thank you for this time. We don't have any comments or any other things to address at this time, so we will turn it back over to you, Stewart and Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes our response to the speaker.
That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions at this time? If not, let me go back to reserve time. Somebody say something. Hello?
Yeah, Speaker.
Oh, Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker, the floor is yours at this time.
Yes, Speaker, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the colleagues, members of the council, our legislative staff, our legislative attorneys, and everyone on the call today with us during this special session. The sponsor of the legislation, Honorable Stewart, your agents, NHA, Pandan, Ms. Curley, Shamato, Ms. Yazi, your management staff and team. The legislation bandit, I want to put forth my statement here in the form of support for the legislation. On the legislation itself, the purpose is written, it's clear, the intent is clear, the need is very, very real. But then the timeline, that's also reality. But Speaker, they representing 5 chapters here in Western Navajo Agency. The different types of needs that exist each and every day. Some are long-standing, some are historical nature. But a lot of it's adverse. On top of that, a pandemic. Although right now, currently, the other factors that are moving in full force is inflation. But in the meantime, employers such as Navajo Nation, private employers, other governmental employers, the wages and salaries, they're not moving along with the rising cost of living, costs for materials, supplies, food, fuel, insurance, labor, and everything. Everything's constant while the prices are going up. So inflation, you put that into the mix of the dangerous pandemic that we're in. This is the results. People get delinquent on their payments for mortgages, vehicles, insurance, and no doubt utilities. People do prioritize their household needs, family needs. And everything else, people tend to wait or put off. And then NTUA, I think I would like to credit them also for helping out during this time, helping out our people very directly. The utility payments, they did not disconnect anyone during this time. Legislation, doesn't address everything we need, doesn't address absolutely all the needs that are out there, but it does address some, vital areas, crucial areas of our families and communities. Honorable Stewart, RDC, that's how this discussion started just a couple of weeks ago through, our discussions, one-on-one. What can we do? What can be done about it? Because constituents are calling us, and I have received numerous calls from my constituents, and in response, I reach for the phone and call leadership, including OPVP. They step in and be part of the discussion and problem-solving effort. Either NTUA, NHA. So, Kade Council, we look to you, leaders of our people, of this great nation, during these times. Again, we look to you and your ability to move issues and concerns, help the nation move forward. Go ahead, Speaker.
Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? If not, let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Honorable Brown, 1 minute, 15 seconds. Honorable Brown, 1 minute, 15 seconds. Going twice. Going 3 times. We're on down. Honorable Chairman Yazi, 3 minutes, 21 seconds.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Where's yours? On reserve time.
Okay. Thank you, speakers and members of the council and everyone that's listening. I'm just pleased that we shared the info that there's an option with the TDAG, possibility that it could be changed. Of course, when we speak for, as we all say, constituents, chapter members, and for our people. And that's the only reason why I had made that comment. And so, but I also heard the comment from the new CEO that things are going to change. But, that's what we've been hearing from the past years from experience, but nothing hasn't been, but maybe I'll give this the benefit of the doubt and, take the word of what the new CEO indicate. We are making changes. We are going to make things better. We always have to give that fair chance to individuals that say that, and I can only hope and and pray that that statement will happen. And so I just want to share that with the CEO and then the assistant CEO, Miss Yazi. And so, but I'll just leave it at that, Speaker, sir, and to my colleagues. I do not want to reserve my time, and I'll waive my time. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much for that. Moving on down, let me go ahead and go to Chairman Nez, 42 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just ready to vote, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 3 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess out of this discussion that's going on today, the requirement or what NHA is asking the committee to do for the council, I believe it's doable. And I just would like to indicate that in the future that as you plan for the Indian housing plan, to start thinking outside the box because of things like this. The other thing too, if this is only geared to NHA individuals that live in the homes, what about the the Navajos that don't live in NHA? So I'm gonna reserve my time. Thank you.
Serve your time at 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, 1 minute and 28 seconds on reserve time.
I'll reserve my time, Speaker.
1 minute and 26 seconds. Okay, with that, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Stewart.
Delegate Crotty with the point of privilege.
I'm Chair Crotty. Good afternoon. What is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. I have 2 point of privilege. If you could, if the PRC regulates other utilities, what entity regulates NTUA in terms of how much they're charging and making sure they're not overcharging our Navajo customers? The second question is regarding this amendment. Is this I wanted to ask DOJ if they're on the line. Does our Navajo fiscal recovery funds, our ARPA funding, does it allow for utility payments? I just need to be clear on what's ARPA eligible, and because this amendment will, it looks like this is non-ARPA dollars and our regular NAHASTA federal dollars that we receive with the Indian Housing Plan. If I could get clarification, thank you, Speaker.
Chair, let me go ahead and go first to NTUA for that response. And then after that, go to the Department of Justice. Department of Justice, hope someone's on the line. Stand by. With that, Rex, Mr. Kuntz, floor is yours for response.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Navajo Nation Council and Honorable Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity. We go through a public hearing that we have 7 engagements across Navajo, and then we have 1 formal public hearing in Window Rock, and that's the process. We are governed by our plan of operations. We report directly to our oversight committee, that's the Resource and Development Committee, and their practice is always to have a member on our board, and that's Honorable Freeland. So that's who we answer to, and that's how it's structured through our plan of operations. So that's how this the plan of operations, I understand, is written in tribal code, so it becomes legal process, and we're required to follow that. So that's how we that's our oversight. Thank you.
Department of Justice. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Deputy AG Kimberly Dutcher. I've reached out to our attorneys who specifically worked on ARPA to get an answer to the question. So if you could just stand by and we'll have that information for you shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you. I just said FYI, your connection is slow, so it's kind of dragging your voice. That, we'll go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other further comments, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? Reserve time. 4 times. Actually, I don't think that's proper English. If not, we'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Brown, you there? 1 minute, 15 seconds. Going twice. Honorable Brown going 3 times. Honorable Brown, for the record, I called on you twice and no response. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes and 22 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you very much. Well, I just would like to indicate that as NHA vets the documents and people that submit this, that we do try to help them. But we really need to clear up the way that I guess the public information is put out there, and also with the public communication. I too have constituents that try to call into NHA pertaining to the housing rental assistance, and they run into the issue of the phone. And just would like to have NHA to really find a way that you could get open up more lines so that people can call and so forth. And the rest of my time, give it to Madam Chair Crotty. Thank you.
That, thank you, Honorable Otto. So, Madam Chair Crotty, you have 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shiaj. I think in terms of what we're looking for, and the legislation is not clear, if these utility payments, and I agree, there has been destruction because of COVID, there's been a loss of wages, there's been a loss of individuals, and that is why it's so heartbreaking to know that N2A management made the decision to start disconnecting individuals. I do not have one constituent that has approached me throughout the whole Navajo Nation that supports N2A's management decision. And so that is why it needs to be clear. Someone needs to hold NQA accountable, and that's us, this council. The Resource and Development Committee authority is rooted in this council. We have to be able to bring and challenge NQA to say, why at this time you're making this decision? Why would you put it in such a punitive way? And why wouldn't you go and have some type of continuation of care and reach out not only to the people, but to give them this deadline? I'm literally here in my community with individuals who have health disparities, with individuals who are trying the best that they can to keep their children in school, trying to keep themselves taken care of, and are worried that NQA is going to turn off their electricity. We had NQA servicemen come and check all of our water. Everybody was nervous that they were going to get turned off. I was nervous I was going to get turned off, and I have auto pay to NQA. You're a Navajo Nation entity. Now, what others do, that's the PRC's concern. But what you're doing to our people, that's the council's concern. And so I will not praise you. I will not praise any enterprise that are not helping our people because they are suffering.
Time.
You're quick on the draw, speaker.
I'm sure I gave you extra 10 seconds.
Thank you, speaker.
No matter what, I lose. That, moving on down, colleagues. Honorable Freeland, 1 minute and 26 seconds.
Speaker, I'll waive my time. We're ready to vote. Thank you.
That, colleagues.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
With that, good afternoon again, Madam Chair Cardi. What is your point of privilege?
Yes, Speaker. I'd like to get our council representative who's on the NQA board to provide an update on how we're advocating for our people as representing our council. Thank you, Speaker.
With that, member of the NQA board, member of the council that's appointed to the NQA board is Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, there's a question to you.
Speaker, I don't understand the request. Am I supposed to give a report?
I guess an overview.
Okay, Speaker. Well, thank you.
If not, what I can do is I can schedule a report too as well.
Well, I can just provide a quick summary. I mean, as far as my role has been concerned, and the board was informed of these disconnections back in July and August during a board meeting. We discussed at that time ensuring giving ample notice or giving ample time to the customers. There was a lot of deliberation that had occurred. There was some recommendations that were made. Billing inserts, emails, leaders, etc. were brought up. These disconnections at that time were stated that they would not be abrupt. Our customers were then given opportunities to make payment arrangements, and they still are able to give payment arrangements or make these payment arrangements. We also had NQA also had the ample time to provide information on resources to customers, and this was done via radio. So a lot of communication was sent via radio. And, as a board, we do have that fiduciary responsibility, just like the council does. So in that sense, this is kind of just a summary, overall summary. And that's how we were able to advocate and help assist our people in that way, was provide the resources for them. So that's my response, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. That, colleagues, I was going back to noting that there was nobody else in the queue. I have nobody else with reserved time. Is there any other further comments? Alma Brigade, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and also the NTA. I have a question. I know that there's people that I know that used to had income, mostly adults, mostly the elderly. See that through this pandemic, either one of the spouse, they pass through COVID or through others. So today, I know there's families struggling through payments of losing of the whole person that was responsible for paying for utility. So I think I don't know how the board members consider that through this pandemic. I don't know what was being arranged for them. I'm not sure if anybody went out there to those people to ask a question as a customer service, because a lot of funds were given to NTA, and still today I still get some of those questions from to get a power line. They still have to pay over $2,000 for meter loop and others. So there's still the question, why do I thought it was fully funded. So there's a question that we still have. They were not unanswered, but I don't know why NTA has to apply that to the customers when they're not giving the answer to the council and to the people yet. So that is my question, and I'll give the remaining time to my sister, Delegate Crowdy. Thank you, Speaker.
With that, Honorable Elmer Brigade, thank you. There's 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Chair Crowdy. Madam Chair Crowdy.
Yes, Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crowdy.
Madam Chair Crowdy, Honorable Elmer Brigade has delegated the remainder of his time, which is 2 minutes and 28 seconds, if you would like it.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shania. Yes, I'll take the time.
What's yours?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So I think what we're hearing is, in terms of what's available through ARPA, Navajo Nation not only received the $2 billion, but there was an additional $600 million that came to individual programs to help with the relief. So NHA had ERAP, so that was another, I think that's like what, $70 million, and it's set to expire tomorrow. But what also is the concern is we had like Department of Social Services. They also received funding, additional ARPA LIHEAP. And so my concern, and the concern that I'll continue to raise, is there is a need. We're still in a declaration of emergency. Yes, I agree with all of that. What I'm having a hard time what I'm having a hard time dealing with is that now we're looking at regular or annual allocation to almost supplement this request. We do have the authority to do it, but N2A has not proven to this council, and we have not seen any.
MJ Crotty.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we stopped your time at 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Someone keeps muting me, speaker. Like I'm fighting them. Whoever's muting me, please stop.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, so I don't know how much you heard, but what I was saying was we also have had these lengthy discussion about ARPA and what's ARPA eligible. And NQA has not made the case to anyone except that management memo that at this time they can no longer carry that debt. Well, what NQA has to be able, as a Navajo Nation enterprise, how are they going to help the people remedy this? From in July or from 2020, or when CARES came in, when ARPA came in, how are the people directly being supported? And if you're behind in your payment, most of the time you have to make a hard choice. Are you going to pay your bill, or are you going to put food on your table? Or are you going to transport yourself to get medical care? Or are you have to go and receive transportation to work and childcare? And so I think at this point, N2A should be telling this council why they're setting up to disconnect. We can make this amendment, but it should be with N2A saying how they're going to make it better for our people. And also, who is going to regulate N2A? Because there's some outrageous bills out there that are posted online where individuals feel that there's no way I could use this much power or this much water. And then now our face was trying to deal with that disparity. Thank you, Speaker and my colleagues. That's what we need from N2A.
Okay. That, Ms. Kuntz, response.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a lot of dollars that flow through N2A in the form of grants and other public dollars, and those are all earmarked to have a purpose. You must use them for that purpose. You cannot use those and divert those funds to operational costs. Okay, so we have to pay for power coming in. We have to pay for natural gas that comes in. We have to pump the water, pay to pump it, electric costs, pumpage costs. We have to treat it, we have to store it, and then all these utilities we have to transport. And then we got to fix and repair things. You know, we've gone through a lot of monsoons, washouts, repairs. Those things do cost money. And that's what comes out of the operational side. The operational side is supported by the revenue. So our customers are the ones that have to pay that through the revenue base. And we stretched that for quite some time. And we did have customers that faithfully paid their bill, but we did say we would not disconnect those that had struggle paying it. And we did that for this duration. We, our other providers on Navajo, APS, and CDC, and others, they've gone back to normal mode and disconnects earlier than we have. We debated whether we should do the same. At that same time, we elected to hold out a little bit longer. And so we stretched it as far as we could. We provide a sheet on our website, and to any of the delegates that ask about it, the chapters, the constituents, it's a sheet that gives all the different types of public sources of funding that are available. And the ERAP is on that sheet. Navajo Nation Social Services on that sheet. for those under, the jurisdiction of Southwest Indian Foundation. There's a number of these entities that's all listed on there that we provide to them. We've been providing that to the customers, encouraging them to use those public sources that were funded for those purposes. And then we also will work with our customers on a payment arrangement so they can pay their past due. And that's all we're asking for people to do at this point, is come in and make a payment arrangement so that we can get those bills back down to normal. But we do have to continue as an enterprise to provide the services, and those services do cost money to continue operating. Those are operational costs. They're not grant funded. There's no public source of money for a recurring amount. It has to come from our revenue generation. We do not add capital improvement to our revenue base. In other words, we don't collect money from our customers to reinvest into new projects, bigger projects. That's why we're very heavily grant funded. All of these dollars are public dollars. The money that I believe NHA is recommending is money that was granted by public and federal sources that can qualify to pay utility bills. That's what those avenues were funded for. That's their purpose. So how are we helping? We're partnering with NHA and other public sources to try to connect them with our customers so that they can get benefit from it. So we have to continue providing services. That's our charge. At this point, we have to start getting some revenue base in, or this public assistance can cover some of those bills for those customers. That's what they're asking of council, is to take those public dollars. That's their purpose and their function. We can provide those to them. So we tried to communicate with customers. We tried to guide them to where they can get help. We've done that as much as possible. We're just at the point where we really do need to start getting the revenue back into a point where it can support it. Now, our good paying customers that did continue to have income, that they were able to continue working, those that continued to pay, those customers are the ones that help keep us in service. They're the ones that have helped us extend this a little bit longer than normal. But we're putting too much of a burden on them. We do need to start trying to get everyone back into balance at some point. So that's basically why we did what we did. And as far as the timing, we could have tried to follow the other utilities and done it at that time. As far as how the public responds to it, nobody that's behind is going to want us to go into disconnection. We understand that. That's just human nature. But at some point, you have to, as I think someone else mentioned, we have to face reality. We got to figure out how to move forward. We are trying to partner with the other entities to bring in those dollars that can be used for this purpose. That's what we're attempting to do here today, and we appreciate all those that support and understand that. And that's kind of where we're at. As far as the house wiring is inside the home, but it also goes all the way up to the meter box. So typically, house wiring ends at the meter box that is mounted on a home, and that's all house wiring. We bring the power in to that point and connect at the riser that comes up out of the house. On a mobile home, code and standards don't allow you to put the meter box on the trailer, so it has to be mounted on a pole outside. So the pole and the meter box are part of house wiring. That's what it's considered. Years back, Intua used to do house wiring. However, the small businessmen came to council and they asked that we were monopolizing the business, and they wanted us out of the house wiring business. So council asked Intua to get out of the house wiring business, and so we stepped back from that. So it's been that way since that time. Now, under this ARPA program, we have been allowed to do house wiring. So any project we're extending power to under ARPA, we can also do the house wiring as well. So we can fix that. There's been questions about upgrading from 100 amp to 200 amp. That's allowable as long as we're providing a service. So we can do that. If someone just wants wiring upgraded standalone, we've been told that we can't do that. But that's the legal people's call. If they want to change that ruling, they can change that ruling. But at this point, we can do house wiring. We are trying to hire as many electricians as we can, those that are certified. that are permitted by the state. They have to have a state licensure for legal reasons, and we can do the house wiring. We try to employ as many as we can to get that job done. So we're trying to partner with everybody that we can. We got a lot of work ahead of us. We're looking forward to keep moving. That's on the build side. On the operational side, this assistance to these people who have struggled to pay their bill is really needed, and we do hope that decision is made today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. Now, colleagues, we'll go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Slater, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for Mr. Kuntz. What is the total dollar value of the homes that you will be disconnecting? What's their past due balance? I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Your time at 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Mr. Kuntz, floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. I'll defer that to our Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Gerard Curley. I believe is on the call. Gerard, can you respond with the total dollar amount?
Hello there. Yeah, the total dollar amount is $10,062,194. That's the total dollar amount. Customer count related to that, it's about 7,000 to about 9,000 customers.
Thank you very much for that response. With that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? We are on legislation 0177-22. There are none. Go back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes and 48 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I've just been trying to process this information and think about, what can feasibly be done to assist our people. I think it was about $10 million, about 7,000 households or customers. And if you just do 10 million divided by the 7,000, it's a little over $1,400, maybe on average. And I understand the predicament that they need to pay for power and water somehow in the continuation of those services, but the funding that the nation has granted to NTUA is for specific purposes. So really this comes back to the Navajo Nation Council if we're going to change what we've already allocated for, which is to connect our people to running water and electricity. And absent additional federal funding to subsidize electrical and water bills, I don't know what else we could do unless we dipped into the UUFB to wipe out these past due accounts. But in 6 months, a year's time, 2 years' time, we'll probably be back in this same situation. So I'm happy that there will be some assistance made through this amendment, but at this time, I'm trying to think of something to help the concerns that Delegate Crotty has relayed and other council delegates have relayed. Obviously, there's no amendment that's going to be made at this council to rectify that. But perhaps in the future, this fall, we could look at additional funding. But these are larger structural forces that inform why people aren't able to pay their bills. And we as a government don't have unlimited money to subsidize that. So everyone here is put into a difficult position. Do we maintain the system and continue its operations, or what really? Because I don't think anyone has been able to figure out how we can provide $10 million of free water and power right now, even though it's desperately needed. So I'll yield the rest of my time, Speaker, and I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You gotta like.
That colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. No one else with a reserved time. Any other comments or questions? Are we ready to vote on the main motion of 0177-22? Going twice. Going three times. Go to board. On the main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty did not vote.
This is Delegate Amber Kines-Bakrati. I reluctantly vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Halona's going to have to vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Senior votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
No. Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable
I vote
Otto
green.
So, Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, Dr. So.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Red, green. Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Speaker?
With that- Hello?
This is Delegate Slater. I'd like to ask for a directive or request to you, Speaker.
With that, colleagues, the vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries on legislation 0177-22. Colleagues, the legislation 0177-22, final authority is here at council. That I know that Navajo Housing Authority, I know that you're waiting for that legislation. That legislation should be certified by the Office of Legislative Counsel and Speaker's office here momentarily or within the next couple of hours. Thank you. That
Speaker.
colleagues, with this, let me go back to Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater.
Shania, Speaker. The question that I wanted to ask to you is, could your staff work with NTUA on evaluating how the council could create incentive programs? So say there's 7,000 households and we're not getting people to go in and set up payment plans, which is really what it is. They're not asking for the full, say it's $1,400. The council could allocate $700,000 and say we'll knock off $100 of the past due balance if they go in and set up a payment plan, something to that effect. Do you have the staff that'd be capable of doing that and working with NTUA? And at least we could try and do something instead of, we're just going to leave this meeting having really done nothing aside from assist the NHA folks and not the non-NHA folks that are NTUA customers. Should that be in a directive, or can it just be a request to you and your staff?
Well, we can work on it with Mr. Kuntz. Mr. Kuntz, you'll be hearing from Chief of Staff and most likely from Joaquin to get that going. And that's probably going to be a discussion. I'll probably having a couple of delegates on that at that leadership request meeting with spearheading this initiative with Navajo Tribal Utility Authority and other entities.
This is Mr. Coates. That's acknowledged and understood. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Scoots. With that, Honorable Stewart.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you, Stella. Our colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council, I thank you very much, Ahiha and Chicago, for not only helping the NHA program and also those renting an NHA, but also our Navajo Nation community members as well, those 14,000 customers that are trying to get ahead financially and trying to make ends meet. Ahiha. Vice Chair Slater, to work with all of our entities and improve the Navajo Nation as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 6, new business number B, legislation 0007-22, sponsors by Honorable Stewart. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0007-22, an act relating to resource and development, budget and finance, law and order, and Navajo communities and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $900,000 from the Navajo Nation Tourism Fund 24 NNC Section 741 to the Division of Economic Development Tourism Department to cover the Tourism Department's personnel operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, amending 24 NNC Section 741B to allow all revenue in tourism fund to be used by any and all Navajo Nation programs for tourism related purposes. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. There are committee reports from the Resource Development Committee. That recommended do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. With the recommendation, the Law and Order Committee is hereby requesting to have a Nabaquita Committee conduct a work session before the Navajo Nation Council session due to many questions that were asked and some needs to be responded correctly. The Law and Order Committee did a directive to Division Economic Development. See attached. There is a committee report from the Nabaquita Committee. The legislation passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. This per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9 legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. On legislation 0007-22, is there a motion? Can you hear me? Motion going twice.
Yes, we can. Motion, Helena.
Motion by Honorable Helena, a second. Second going twice.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Delegate.
Jimmy Yellow Hair. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, second. With that, colleagues, now we work. Anybody have any comments, questions? Are we going to vote? Going twice?
Yes, sir.
Or 3 times, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Albert Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Helena votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jam votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
No.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kneswa Crotty. Honorable Amber Kneswa Crotty. Honorable Amber Kneswa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on legislation 0007-22, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, legislation, final authorities across the street. That was a 2/3 legislation. That, moving on down. Item number C, under new business, legislation 0165-22, sponsored by Honorable Daniels. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record. This is emergency legislation.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council. Tracking number 0165-22, an act relating to an emergency, approving $89,480 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance UUFB for a new HVAC system for the Oljeto Chapter Senior Center. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. There are no committee reports, as this legislation is an emergency legislation. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Who's the last one? Thank you very much. That colleagues on legislation 0165-22. Could I get a motion?
Delegate yellow hair.
One with yellow hair. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Hello.
Let's Stewart. That colleagues on legislation 0165-22 is emergency legislation. Any comments or questions? Going twice. Or 3 times. Good board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate yellow votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
They vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jim votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green.
Opiate.
Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Oh, green.
Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red. Hey,
Honorable
I'm
Dan-
sorry. I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Michelle votes fish.
Honorable Eugene
Yep.
So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Mute. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jamie Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene
I
So.
vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable
Green.
Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0165-22, which is emergency legislation, vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. With that, on legislation 0165-22, final authority is at the president's desk. That legislation does have line item veto authority to it because it's a UUFB legislation. That, colleagues, moving on down on our agenda, it's item number 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment.
Motion to adjourn, Kellen.
Motion to adjourn by Honorable Keon Begay.
Second, Stewart.
Second.
Time is it?
Delegate Yellowhair.
5:24 in the PM. Second by Stewart, Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Kellen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jim votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Ness. Honorable Rick Ness. Honorable Rick Ness votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, green though is share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. With a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. We're officially adjourned at 5:24 p.m. this evening. Thank you very much for everyone being a part of today's discussion and debate, and most importantly, thank you for passing some great legislations in order to help all the Navajo Nation. That, colleagues, have a good evening. If you're on the road tomorrow, safe travels. If you're on the road this evening, safe travels. If you're headed to Shiprock, the Navajo Nation Council will have a float in the parade on Saturday morning. Be safe out there. I know everyone's starting to go to the Abache this evening. Have a good time, everyone. Safe travels and mask up if you're indoors. Have a good day. Go on it.
Go.